Salve, salve pessoal, mais uma live aqui jogando Genshin. Hoje vai dar lag pra caralho, porque né, o jogo já é online. Eu ainda tô fazendo live, vai ficar mais pesado, mas vamos que vamos, né? Vou jogar aqui por enquanto, que eu não crio nenhuma ideia pro que eu vou jogar depois, na segunda em diante. Inclusive segunda não vai ter live. Para aqueles que chegarem depois e verem aqui a live gravada, não teremos live segunda-feira, porque eu vou tipo para casa da minha mãe tomar a segunda dose, tipo eu vou ficar longe da casa da minha avó, o que é meio que tipo é longe. Eu não vou levar o Play 4 junto, óbvio, então tipo não vai ter live. Ok. Opa, ali tem pesqueiro. Pesqueiro aqui. Eu quero fazer um pesqueiro. Shirakodai. Tá. Vai ser esse aqui mesmo. Isso. Vou fazer um pesqueiro aqui por enquanto. Não foi tão difícil não, Paimon. Tem peixe que dá mais trabalho. Ô bosta! Perdi uma isca, não sei como ali. Acho que na hora que tava mordendo eu puxei, acho que... sei lá. Eita, esse aqui tá dando trabalho. Rapaz.
Steady now. It's the final stretch. You made that look easy.
Valeu, Paimon.
So close. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already. Victory is almost ours. Whew, that was a tough fight.
Ok. Não aparenta ter nenhum peixe aqui. Vamos embora. Sair da pescaria.
Someone needs assistance.
Ah, podia pescar por aqui, pela praia. Eu pesquei logo pela ilha. Tá bom, a ilha deu bom. Deixa eu ver aqui.
Someone needs assistance.
Cadê o bicho também aqui? Isso.
Leave it all to me.
Toma. Combou legal isso aí, ó. Caralho. Deixa eu ver aqui as missões, inclusive. Ok, parece que eu tenho nível. Vou fazer ela depois das secundárias. Tá. Tô indo pra cá só pra sair da treta. Pra que eu possa olhar meu mapa em paz. Ok. O que temos mais perto daqui é essas duas. E depois tem uma lá no norte, tem outra aqui no da UPA. Então o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou bem aqui. Ponto de teleporte. Eu vou pra lá.
I'll catch up. I missed it.
Rapaz, essa... Rapaz, essa minha Lisa tá DPS, hein? Porra, e ela é só suporte. Tá bom. É do mundo. Voou longe, corno. E justo.
Someone needs to...
Tá, eu vou ter que usar fogo. Esta merda desse escudo não vai embora. Essa desgraça. Foi pro lado errado. E agora toma. Opa, pena do exilado. Tá bom. Pergaminho e tal. É de praxe.
Go, Barbara, go!
Opa, peguei uma coisa aqui. Ah. Tá, peraí. Tá. Caralho, eu nem vi quantas coisas eu tenho. Peraí, deixa eu ver quantas. Aqui, 109. Daqui pro final da live dá pra conseguir tipo 140 resina por aí. Caralho, como é que eu passei nisso? Rapaz, vai ter um baú aqui, eu não tinha encontrado esse baú antes.
This is the kind of surprise I could sing about.
Doideira da toa. Pera aí. Qual é esse aqui? A crise dos escudos. Tem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. É, 5 bichos.
Let the show begin. Hi.
Don't be such a brute.
Ok.
I'll catch up. Leave it all to me.
Isso, garoto. Ah, meu Deus. Tá. Porra. Tá vendo? Tá falando com o homem aqui, Tá falando com um fraco, não. Tá falando com o homem. Vê isso aqui. Sementes trazidas pelo vento, cultivadas pelo tempo. Tá. Ok. Ok. Depois a gente vai nesse Regisvine que tá aqui embaixo. Porque eu tenho que... Peraí. Eu tenho que pegar mais dois núcleos de geada desse aqui pra eu upar a minha Rosária, que ela tá level 60, mas ela tá pedindo upgrade pro 70. E é isso. Depois eu vou ver aqui, talvez o Oceanide venha aqui pra eu upar a minha Bárbara e o Shinkyo, porque o pessoal diz que ele tá bom nos fóruns e tal, nos grupos. Eles dizem que tá bom, mas tipo como suporte, eu não sei, ou sub DPS, eu realmente não sei, mas vale a tentativa. Depois que eu tiver com a Rutal e o squad todo upado, é o que eu vou atrás. Comendo aqui um chocolate, né? Porque assim, chocolate é nóis. E tem que perguntar pro Wired. Oxe, passei direto na borboleta. Nem vi o que é. Tem 2 olhos de passarinho, peraí. Acompanhando a gameplay tem um pedacinho de chocolate, né? Como sempre. Que eu tenho que comer logo, senão o bicho derrete. É foda. Cadê o Witch? Que é chorão? É gordo também, né?
I'll catch up.
Peraí. Foi pra onde? Espera, cara. Tá pra lá. Tá bom, você quer arengar? Tá bom, bora. Já digo uma coisa, você vai perder. Você vai perder. Toma.
Someone needs
Eu
assistance.
tô dando golpe final com ela, então tipo, cada XP que eu pego com ela é melhor que minimiza o uso de conselho do andarilho, XP do andarilho, XP do herói. Que tipo, eu teria que pagar por eles, então fazer quest por eles. Eu pegando eles aqui, tipo, eu matando bicho, tipo, dando golpe final com ela, eu já, tipo, se eu matar 1000 bichos é 16.000 a menos de XP. Então, tipo, vale a pena. Um por um a gente vai fazendo. Vai demorar, vai chegar. Guardaram o negócio do cara aqui, ó. Tá aí. Não, não é aqui não, não é evento não, meu Deus. Isso aqui, o que isso aqui tem a ver? Pegadas que vão pra lá, ali. Só isso. Eu ia tretar, mas o dinheiro da quest vale muito mais a pena do que o XP da Noelle. Porque pra você botar XP, livrinho de XP pra aumentar o level do personagem, você precisa de dinheiro. Então, tipo, se eu fizer a quest, dinheiro já é até mais importante, porque além de eu usar pra isso, eu uso pra outra coisa. Outras coisas, né? Dinheiro você pro caralho, velho. Então, vale a pena. E além do que você matando os bichos, você já ganha dinheiro. Tá bom. Eu quero chegar no AR-60 logo, porque no AR-60 eu vi que os caras, quando ganham XP de aventura, eles ganham tipo dinheiro em cima, em vez de XP, porque não precisa mais. Então tipo, eu já tô querendo upar. Pega o sapo, pega o sapo. Pega pombo. Deixa eu só pegar aqui fazer um negocinho aqui no celular. Rapidinho. Pronto, só um trabalhinho que eu tive que fazer. É, nada demais. Tá, o que é pra fazer agora? Ah, sim, a última missão. Aqui, expansão do mal. Derrote monstros. Bem facinho isso aqui. Eis o problema. Onde que eu teleporto? Se eu teleportar aqui, tem uma montanha no meio. Ah, não, mas a montanha vai ser o problema. Tá tranquilo. Ô, Harry. Tem um mago do abismo ali.
Steady as stone.
Isso! Toma, acabou. Ah, depois do trigo, não sei o que. Pá, pá, pá. Ok. Passe de batalha. Level 27. Pá. 40 de 150. Derrote 10 boss. Use 1200 resinas. Hoje é sexta. Deixa eu ver aqui. Sábado tem mais 160. Domingo tem mais 160. Tem mais 320. Só que com 320 eu só vou chegar a gastar 1050. 1050. Então eu teria que ir para 2000 mais 150. Quanto que eu tenho agora? 111. É, vai dar. Vai dar certinho. Missão lendária, peraí. Deixa eu resgatar aqui outra chave. Eu tô com a missão da Ganyu aberta. Ih, agora eu posso abrir mais uma. Deixa eu abrir aqui do Albedo. Já que eu não vou fazer essas aqui por enquanto. Não dá nada. Tipo, não dá muita coisa. Tipo, eu vou fazer só missão lendária. Essa aqui é de quem? Quem pra câmera de Jade? É da Ganyu? É Ganyu. Tá. O Albedo dá pouquinho. Mas o dele é mais perto. Vou fazer logo o dele. Alquimista de Mondstadt. Teleportar aqui pra Mondstadt. Pera aí. Pera. O que tem aqui no meu bullet por enquanto? O espírito do final de semana tá aqui. Eu tenho decoração. Tá, deixa eu dar uma... Minhas plantas não cresceram ainda. Eu acho que elas crescem daqui a pouco. Antes de eu terminar a live, eu acho que elas terminam de crescer. Deixa eu dar uma olhada nelas, inclusive. Eu plantei Valberry e pimenta juium, se não me engano. Ou foi só Valberry? Valberry é bom que ele dá pra upar certos personagens. Cadê minha plantation? Tá aqui. Já tá crescendo. Falta quanto, ó? 16 horas. Não chega hoje, mas chega amanhã de manhã. Amanhã de manhã, no começo da tarde, não sei. Tá. Nível de confiança, o que é isso aqui? Tá. Pegando aqui. Pegando as coisinhas. Ok. Fabricar decoração, vamos lá. Pegar a casa. Pegar a barraca de bicho. Tá. É uma dessa que eu tenho que fazer. Uma dessa que eu tenho que fazer. Primeira fabricação. 60. Tá. Então eu tenho que fazer outra aqui. Outra lâmpada que não se apaga. Por quê? Porque eu tô fazendo um set que é de cozinha. Eu vou botar Shanlin nesse set de cozinha e ela vai ficar com um bônus. Então, tipo, eu já tô preparando. Deixa eu ver aqui outras coisas. Decoração. É aqui. Acho que nada por enquanto. Peraí. Adeus. Acho que é isso que eu tenho que fazer. Deixa eu ver o vendedor. Ali minha cidadezinha nas nuvens. Ficou legal demais. Fala, Chubby.
The one before you is known as Jade Seeker. One travels far and wide, seeking naught but to witness all of the treasures this world has to offer.
Javali? Será que se eu matar ele me dá carne? Tá, eu vou pegar o javali e vou pegar o cachorro. Não vou pegar mais nada dos outros aqui não. O cachorro, eu tenho certeza que não dá pra eu botar ele aqui, porque já tá cheio. Deixa eu ver. Opa, salve pra quem chegou na live aí. Muito obrigado. Vamos lá. Acho que o cachorro... o cachorro não pode. Será que o javali pode? Tá... Ei, pera aí. O que aconteceu? Eu saí do negócio? Não pode também. Pode botar um prédio aqui também. Outro cor de monster. Não, pera aí. Pátio. É uma cabaninha de Hirichu. Pera aí que eu vou ali onde tem o cachorro, eu vou botar ela ali. Cadê o cachorro? O cachorro tá bem ali. Será que eu consigo? Ei! Pera aí. Eu vou botar aqui. Vou ver se eu consigo botar o cachorro debaixo do negócio. Se não conseguir, foda-se. Não consegue não botar o cachorro. Deixa pra lá. Deixa eu pegar esse bicho aqui e vou retirar porque ela dá 30. Não melhora nada não. Obrigado a quem chegou aí. Manifeste-se. Manda mensagem. Rapaz. Senta numa mesa. Tá. Tá, vou salvar as alterações que eu também não fiz nada especial. Mas também não é por isso que eu vou esquecer. Já cansou, Noelle? Porra. Tem coisa errada aqui. Os bichos estão cansando ligeiro demais. Se bem que eu não tô com Kaia. O Kaia aumenta a estamina de correr. estamina de planar tem que ter a Ember. É complicado. Tá, vamos lá. Eu tenho que estar aqui pra ele fazer alguma coisa. Tá, vamos botar aqui um javali mesmo aqui, isso. E um cachorro lá em Mondstadt. Aqui, ó, Little Mondstadt. Aí, cachorro fica aqui. Pronto. Vai. Véi. Bota o prédio, meu Deus. Ah, eu tenho uma ideia. Eu tenho uma ideia pra próxima live. Eu acho que eu vou jogar um pouquinho de Need for Speed. Eu vou baixar o Payback de novo. E eu jogo com vocês. Pera aí, que eu vou pegar essa casa aqui. Eu vou botar mais pra trás. Sobrar mais espaço. Pronto. Caralho, mas depois que eu... Ei, mas agora que eu...
Keep going.
Tá. Eu vou teleportar pra cá. Rapaz, eu vou comprar outro ponto de teleporte lá no Nego.
Go, Barbara,
Nego.
go.
E Nego.
We have put in.
Anda, Nego. Eu vou botar aqui... Não, riquezas do paraíso. Que isso. Ok, vou comprar um. Só um. Eu não tenho a outra ilha ainda.
If you ever have any.
Será que eu consigo? Ué, por que não tá? Ué. Fabrique decorações 80 vezes. Um item do espírito do bully. Viajante. De fim de
I
semana.
wonder when I'll
Paraíso
be as
inédito.
tall as my big
Mas aí eu
sister.
tenho. Ei, mas aí o jogo tá me forçando a jogar online, pô. Eu não quero jogar online com quantas pessoas. É foda. Como é que eu vou progredir, né? Kratos Lantern. Quem helping boss domínio, etc. Cara, na verdade, eu tô precisando de help. É pra achar artefato. Porra, tu tá ligado? Tá ligado? Como é que eu falo? Eu esqueci o nome do negócio. Ixi, agora deu ruim, porque ele não quer abrir aqui. Eu tô apertando X, ele não quer ir não. Ele não quer não botar as minhas decorações aqui nesta bosta. Tá bom. Eu tô procurando artefato 5 estrelas, só que eu não faço ideia de onde que eu consigo o artefato 5 estrelas. E item e arma, tipo a Roma eu sei que tem que pegar o banner aqui. Cadê o banner? Não é aqui não, é aqui. É aqui o banner. Tô salvando isso aqui, os minhas coisas de oração, para o próximo passe de batalha, porque eu sei que se eu juntar 50 eu ganho um bônus de XP do passe de batalha. Então, tipo, eu tô guardando meus tiros. Eu não sou pay to win, então, tipo, eu não tenho os negócios. Tipo, eu ganho a Sayu, eu ganho a Diona, eu ganho a Rutal, não ganhei o Toma. Aí eu fui aqui no banner da arma da encarnação divina aqui, ó. Tem a Roma ali, ó, báculo de Roma. Eu atirei, sei lá, umas 3 ou 4 vezes. Não consegui. A Roma eu peguei. Eu peguei aqui, cadê? Como é que eu vejo detalhes dos itens possíveis? Não, não. Ei, é assim não. Não, não quero também não. Ah, sei lá. Não consigo ver. O jogo não me deixa. Olha lá. Tem um Bennett esse mês. Só que como é que eu vou pegar a porra do Bennett? Você tem que ter 22 coisas lá e eu não tenho 22. 34. Eu tenho só 22 ali. Entendeu? E tipo, eu tô guardando meus tiros. O Bennett, o pessoal disse, tá muito bom. Tipo, eu vi lá, eu fiz a quest dele, a quest de amizade, mas nada de especial. Agora eu queria que desse pra pelo menos ver o requisito, os status aqui da arma obscura. Se fosse boa eu pegava alguma. Troca por brilho estelar, poeira estelar. Ou eu posso converter poeira estelar em brilho estelar, não é isso? Ou eu tô doido? Desbloquear para você comprar a Mora. Pera, eu quero comprar a Mora.
Are you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up.
Loja de presentes, não. Não. Também não tenho dinheiro, foda-se.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
É o quê? Eu não entendi. É, ela entrou dentro do negócio. Pera aí, rapaz. Que bugada feia. Tá, vamos no mapa aqui. Tá, eu vou resolver aqui a quest do Albedo. Vem aqui. E o que acontece? Eu tô upando meus personagens. Eu já tenho Rutal 60. Já, tipo, liberado pra ir pro 70. O meu viajante já tá no 70. A Rosária, eu tô no 60, mas eu tô atrás de 2. Eu sei. Isso aí eu sei, pegar personagem repetido. Só que pra ter um personagem repetido, eu tenho que pegar ele no tiro, tá ligado? No banner ali. Mas como que eu vou pegar no banner? Se eu tô sem dinheiro, tá ligado? É foda.
Looks like Timaeus isn't here today.
Olha só a sucrose. Ei, essa é a quest do...
Customers?
Ei, essa é a quest do Albedo, não é da sucrose. Peraí.
Pardon me. Are you looking for Timaeus? No. Just strange for him to not be around. Paimon always sees him standing here. I see. He was called away by Albedo a little while ago. I was called over to attend to the store. I'm Sucrose, Albedo's assistant. If you have any alchemy-related queries, you could always ask me. I do my best to help. Huh? Do I look nervous? My apologies.
Ela tá com
I don't get out
bochechinha
too
vermelha de
often.
anime.
I'm usually in the laboratory where there aren't many others to talk to.
Eu sei. São 1060 gemas pra 10 tiros. E 10 tiros é confirmado uma coisa 4 estrelas ou 5 estrelas. No mínimo. Só que o problema é... aquilo ali não é muito. Não é muito. Eu tenho pouco.
If you need any help, just call my name. If not, I'll be reading a book. Over there. Thanks. No worries. We're all clued up on the basics of alchemy, aren't we?
Já sabia alquimia.
Aren't you the legendary traveler? The one who repelled Storm Terror? Thank you. I've heard so many stories about you. Always wanted an opportunity to research you up close. What do you mean, research? Sorry, don't mind me. What am I still? You'd definitely be able to help Albedo. There's that name again, Albedo! Is he also an alchemist in Mondstadt? Apologies. I never introduced him.
Paimon esqueceu quem é o Albedo. Só que a Clee falou dele numa outra missão, tipo, Paimon esqueceu.
Albedo is a teacher? Yes. He's dedicated himself to investigating the truth of this world, and has made many an important breakthrough. We often get alchemists coming to Mondstadt from all over Teyvat, seeking his help. They say that the subtle... Wow!
Vou, eu não tô nem não.
It seems that he's encountered a problem in his research recently. Every time I see him, he has a concerned look on his face. I'm sure that Albedo is a true gentleman. He'll be sure to pick... I don't see why not. Albedo and Timaeus... I'm afraid you'll have to go to the... Sorry. Hey, stop worrying. We got...
Tá. Eu quero ir pra cena, eu quero ir pro tiroteio. Porradaria.
Sucrose is a whole lot less nervous when she gets talking about alchemy and research, huh?
Oi, Sarah. O que tem aqui que eu posso comprar? Não, nada, né? Tá bom. Daqui a pouco eu passo em Liyue.
Anyway, let's go and look for Albedo.
Deixa eu passar aqui na mulher. Isso, me dê meu XP, carai. Me dê meu XP. Tá, expedição tá indo. Que mais? Tanque de aventura? Eu passei? Não passei. 50k agora, toda vez. É pouco dinheiro, mas serve. Eu vou teleportar pra lá. Quanto mais próximo. Ok. Ei, Bárbara, ajuda, né? Fica prendendo aqui nas coisas. Rapaz, ô Kratos. Qual é teu rank de aventura aí, pô?
Sister Rosaria! So here you are! Choir practice is about to...
I've told you already, I don't go in for that kind of thing. I've got more important matters to attend to.
But this event has commemorative significance. The church hopes that all sisters will be present.
Hopes? That's odd, because I don't recall a fulfill the hopes of others clause in my job description.
I mean, sure, but...
But what? You're the event organizer, aren't you? Do you not find it the least bit odd?
What do you mean?
This far out from Mondstadt at this hour? Even if you set out right now, I'll wager you'd still miss the opening ceremony. Who knows? Maybe this is someone's grand plan to make a fool out of you.
Huh? Well, that can't be. People aren't like that.
Evidence decides what people are like, not your feelings. Maybe you're a little too trusting of other people. Don't fret, nobody's gonna blame you if you go back empty-handed. I can't imagine anyone else was delusional enough to think I was gonna show up. But if you dally any longer, you really won't make it.
You're right. It's a very important commemorative event. If I'm late, then... right, I've gotta get going.
Tá bom.
I thought I heard something. Who are you and why are you eavesdropping?
We better watch out. She seems like a dangerous villain.
Oh, really? I'm a member of the long-standing Favonius Church. You're an eavesdropping pixie from who knows where. And you think I'm the trickster?
Wait, she heard that? Paimon was whispering so quietly.
And as for this outlander you seem to be following... So it's you. The honorary knight that saved us from Storm Terror. Well then, given your status, I won't press you on your reasons for eavesdropping. Otherwise, depending on your answer, I could have arrested you on the spot.
What? Do the Sisters of Mondstadt have the authority to arrest people now?
We can't go turning a blind eye to hidden dangers, can we? Why shouldn't sisters have a sense of justice?
That doesn't sound right. But Paimon can't think of a good comeback.
Caralho.
Let's talk about you. What are you doing in the mountains? If it's him you're after, I made a point of noting his tracks. Many people have made their way up after the snowstorm.
So, are you...
No, this is just a professional habit of mine. I sensed elemental traces in these tracks. Never hurts to be vigilant. I couldn't care what you think. Come on then. I'd like to see what he's up to anyway.
Rosaria said there were elemental traces in the tracks. They should show up pretty clearly with elemental sight.
Falta pouco.
You know, little pixie, your ability to appear and disappear at will is very interesting.
Yeah?
After committing a crime, you'd be able to leave the scene without a trace.
You're so suspicious. Why is Paimon a criminal in your example? Ooh, it's getting colder and colder. Rosaria, aren't you...
Me? I'm all right. I got used to operating in adverse conditions a long time ago.
Huh? Seems like there's more to being a sister in the Favonius Church than Paimon realized.
Rapaz, tá falhando a voz aqui. Rapaz, pera aí, que eu vou trocar a equipe. Eu vou colocar a Amber no lugar da Tal. O level dela é mais baixo? É. Mas é um arqueiro de fogo. É mais fácil pra ela acender o fogo do que a Rutal. Deixa eu ver aqui. Rapaz. Ok, eu tô dentro da área. Para aqui. Não, ele vai pra lá.
Go, Barbara, go!
Ei! Albedo! Pegou o caba.
Is that Albedo? Why would he hang around a place like this?
The word on the street is he loves painting. He'll hang around anywhere for a good landscape. The views and scenery here are pretty good. Potential paintings everywhere you look.
But can't he see those hilichurls? Isn't he in danger? Uh-oh. Looks like we startled them. Enough talk. Let's take them out of the picture first.
Toma. Toma, 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 toma. Ace.
Who are you? Why did you alarm them? Thank the gods I'd already completed my painting. Would have been a shame to leave these particular hilichurls unfinished.
What's up with painting hilichurls? What makes them so interesting?
I'm afraid the answer isn't easy to explain. If you'd like to have a look at my painting, it may give you a clue.
Uau! Que qualidade!
Wow! Look at the detail! But some of it seems to have been done in a hurry.
You can
Exatamente.
find these hilichurls anywhere. Quite boring, in fact. Not worth closer inspection. But take a look at this specimen. The build, the coat, and there's a distinct force at work here. In the cyclical lives of such primitive communities, such unique attributes are an indication of evolution at work. Evolution, the transition from nothing into existence, from the known to the
Hold your horses. Something tells me we're in for a thesis and I haven't got the stamina. We found your man. I'm headed back.
What? Don't you have any questions for him? Hey! What?
So Sister Rosaria brought you. Surprising. And I didn't have time to thank her. But back to the point. From her words, it seems that you were looking for me?
We met a girl in Mondstadt, Sucrose. She said you were stuck with your research.
I see. So Sucrose sent you here. Then, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the honorary knight. You've got the whole of Mondstadt talking. I've heard a bit of everything. Your actions during Storm Terror's attack, your elemental control, and quite a few other mysterious things. I'll skip to the conclusion. There's only one possibility after all. You came from afar. From another world, correct? Excellent. If I could procure your assistance, I think my research would benefit enormously. Forgive me. This must be confusing. Where should I begin? The essence of life?
Whoa! You want to start with that?
You're right.
Hold up.
Giving a demonstration would be better than trying to explain. For example, awakening life. Breathing new life into fallen leaves.
You can do that?
However, I have a particular seed in my possession. The method I'm talking about has produced no results. It's like you, in that it hails from another world. Helping it to grow, to bloom. That's the problem my research is up against. That's where I need your assistance.
Well, if you're struggling to figure it out, Paimon's not sure we're gonna be much assistance.
I beg to differ. I'm unable to comprehend the intricacies of life outside of the known world. But you're not from the known world. By observing and researching you, I may just be able to find a way to get the seed to sprout.
Shall we just get out of here? This sounds a little freaky.
It's possible. but I will do everything in my control to ensure your safety. Time for a change of surroundings. We should be going. There's research to do.
É.
Albedo and that traveler seem to have hit it off. Takes a weirdo to know one, I guess. I wonder, does this constitute a risk to Mondstadt?
Não, claro que não, sou maluca. Ei, peraí, rapaz. Salvou. Peraí, rapaz.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Tá, onde é que tá o local de teste? Vamos teleportar. Ou não. Ou não. É bem ali. Ei! Tem coisa aqui.
Not so hard.
Ei, flor do cão. Ei! Matei. R$1.500, tá bom demais de cura, rapaz. Bárbara tá top de cura. Meu Deus do céu. Ei!
Let's dance.
Pronto.
Paimon has a question. After the seed sprouts, will it grow into anything?
I don't know, but I feel the importance will lie in the method, not the endpoint. Using alchemy to awaken otherworldly life into that would constitute a big leap in my understanding of the essence of life. After awakening, even creation may be possible.
É o alquimista. É o foda. As ordens do trator não alteram o viaduto. Tu é doido?
No, Paimon's got a brain. But what's the seed gonna become? Isn't that more interesting than whatever it was you were saying?
Well, if it turns out to be a delicious fruit, dinner's on me.
Yay! Paimon's holding you to it.
Well, let's just say I, occasionally have to look after a child. Another lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. I suppose it's one of the few non-alchemy-related disciplines I'm any good at. The subject of my first research was the elements.
É aquele que ele tá
falando.
falando.
Manipulating the elements requires a vision. Though I can't see anything resembling one on your person. How you're able to freely manipulate elemental power is something I'd like to ascertain. I've got a few questions in that regard. Firstly, do you have any extra organs? A second heart? A fourth stomach? Things of that nature.
Quarto estômago? Caralho, tem... Pera aí, o ser humano não tem 3 estômagos não. E só tem um. Não é vaca não, porra.
Fascinating. And this floating child is connected to your body in some way?
What a stupid question! Can't you see the gap between us? And another thing, it's Paimon, not floating child.
I was merely considering the possibility that you were an external organ. Perhaps there is some invisible force connecting you. Oh, that rules out that possibility. I wonder, did Paimon guide the elemental power to you? But that would mean that Paimon's elemental power would be enough to break through a mountain rock at least 10 meters thick, or cause the waterfall south of Springfield to flow backwards. No, that definitely can't be it.
Hey, how would you know anyway?
In that case, it would appear that there's no obvious difference between the composition of your body and that of the humans in this world. Given that there's clearly a discrepancy in the research, it seems that only experimentation will yield the answers. Firstly, this mysterious elemental power. I'd like to examine exactly how it manifests externally. Let me lure a few slimes to the area. Perhaps you'd be able to defeat them, using whatever method comes most naturally to you.
Huh? Doesn't seem very sciencey.
Direct and clear observation are imperative to a good experiment. This is just a simple exercise. Naturally, if you require a greater challenge, we could bring in 6 Oceanids.
Slimes! Slimes are fine!
Well, prepare yourself. The slimes will be here any moment.
Sim, meu filho, mas quanto em relação ao fogo? Ei, carai, peraí.
Steady as stone. Someone needs assist. Leave it all to me. Someone needs assistance.
Peraí, os bichos estão sem barra de vida. Peraí. Rapaz, o slime não tem vida. Ele é imortal.
Steady as stone.
Agora apareceu no grandão, ó. Agora os pequenos que não tem vida. Pelo menos um dos dois, não.
I must leave no stone unturned.
É. Era pra eu tacar Rutal agora. Puta que pariu. Meu Deus. Eu não quero que esse corno volte a pegar a armadura não. Eu vou matar ele antes. Eu sei que ele com a armadura é chato pra caralho. Pronto. Caralho.
Great work. Did you feel anything out of the ordinary?
Não.
If you're injured, I have a few emergency potions ready. Excellent. According to my observations, the manifestation of the external elemental flow is as expected. Elemental reactions are normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Now that we know that the external flow is manifesting normally, let's test the internal flow.
Internal flow? How do you test that?
It's very simple. I can use alchemy to create a potion that will extract elemental power. If the elemental power is stored or accumulated physically within your body, this potion may elicit an elemental reaction.
Sounds kinda terrifying.
Don't worry. In the normal course of events, you'd feel some temporary queasiness. No bodily injury.
And in the abnormal course of events?
If anything unexpected occurs, I've made the necessary preparations. Try not to worry.
Rapaz, isso parece
Well,
assim
it's
no...
not that there aren't any risks involved. But if there is anything blocking your elemental flow, we'll be able to locate it with this test. Just a warning. If an internal elemental reaction occurs for any other reason, that's a bad sign. Yes, that's an excellent way to think about it. Before we get started, the potion we'll use for the test is missing a catalyst. We'll need to find it. It's a type of ore known as star silver, but unfortunately not all of it is suitable. I'll take you to my campsite. We can gather some star silver ore on the way. I'll point out any likely contenders. All going to plan, we should be able to begin concocting the potion when we get to the campsite.
Paimon's still got a few safety concerns, but it seems like there's a silver lining. Let's keep our eyes open.
Esse aqui.
Here. Should do for catalyst purposes.
Caralho, tem um livro extra ali que eu nem vi. Sabia nem que tinha. Puta. Cadê o...
This one. Usable with a bit of polish.
Rapaz, esse aqui é o que joga... Ei, peraí. Peraí, como é que eu faço? Peraí, tanto pra fogo, fogo. Cadê fogo? Fogo. Calor. Não pode morrer de frio. Tá no frio. Tá pouco.
Steady as stone. Bet you can't keep up with me. Get him.
Arr. Tá, era 3 prata.
What luck. This should be enough. My campsite is just up ahead. I'll lead the way.
Onde é que é? Ó, tá por... Ah, eu tinha visto esse acampamento aqui no buraco na montanha.
This is my campsite. I've added the materials we collected to the concoction.
Sabia que tinha algum uso.
While we are waiting, have a look over here.
E aí, carai, que faz?
My assistant Timaeus here is helping me with my research. I'm guessing you may have met in Mondstadt already.
Hello! I've just gotten hold of the data from your experiment. The report is already up on the board there.
Whoa! Look at all the data! You got all these results from one slime battle?
I wouldn't call them results, inferences, and a few daring guesses perhaps. I think the most rational direction would be to expound on the phylogenetic relationship between this traveler and the slimes.
Que?
Consider. You don't have a vision, but you can manipulate elemental energy. The slimes don't have visions either, yet they too are able to manipulate the elements. Following this line of thought, I'm sure we'll be able to establish a basis in fact.
Not bad for a point of entry. But strictly speaking, slimes are elemental life forms. In other words, beings consisting entirely of the elements. A cryoregis vine, or even a wildflower might be a better analogy. But tracing back the phylogenetic relationships between plants and animals, you might have to trace back to the world's origins. In that sense, things might get difficult, don't you think?
Yes, sir. That sounds correct.
After all, we've got our primary data already. This traveler is a visitor from another world. If it turned out that he did have a phylogenetic relationship with this world... Now that really would be something, wouldn't it?
Ah, it would. Apologies. I was so excited to get the data. I'll slow down a bit next time. Speaking of data, to complete our research, we'll need some more. I'll be conducting analysis here for the time being. If you're keen for an update, just come and find me.
Great. I'll leave you to it. Looks like the potion's ready. I'll try a little first. If all goes well, I'll hand it over to you. In line with my expectations. Ready to drink.
Bora.
Remember to keep calm at all times. And breathe deeply if you feel unwell.
Calma. Cadê a poção? Cadê a poção? Aqui a poção. Usa. Oxe, deu fogo.
Tasty? You've got a funny look on your face. You said you tried some already. You sure it was ready? What happened to him?
Oh, This was the result I was expecting, and a very positive one at that. This potion channels elemental power into the body. Under normal circumstances, a repelling reaction is to be expected. But if the internal elemental flow is unimpeded, you'll only experience momentary discomfort. Once the flow is complete, there won't be any other effects.
So you knew you'd be sick and still drink some?
It was my own concoction, of course. Only natural for me to be the guinea pig. Perhaps it's just scholarly self-assurance, and it certainly speeds things up.
Okay.
In conclusion, I'd say we have our conclusion. As far as elemental energy is concerned, you're no different from anyone else in this world. Nothing peculiar.
Aw, Paimon wanted something cooler to happen.
Then again, better an ordinary result than a peculiar result. Peculiar results have a tendency to be of the undesirable variety. The good thing about ordinary is that everything is an object of reference, and everyone understands you. People are the same. They can understand, empathize, encourage, and support one another. When you're sick, a doctor can diagnose you because they are you. When something goes wrong, you can ask people who've made the same mistake for their experience because you are them. But a peculiar person, they don't have much recourse for the things we take for granted. The essence of their life is fundamentally different. For example, a human can't understand the life of a pyroregisvine or an Eye of the Storm. Have I explained it clearly enough? To sum up, this has been a positive outcome. Going forward, you can use your elemental power without fear. Timaeus, the results of the new experiment are out. If you could see to collating them.
Just a moment, sir. I'll handle it. Oh, you gave me a lot to consider. Really stretched my limits. I'm thinking a lot clearer now. Oh, having you down as an animal wasn't very precise of me, but starting with the premise of an elemental life form, now that was...
Not bad. I think it's an interesting line of inquiry. Whatever the truth of the matter, I'd like your research at the fore as opposed to my judgment.
You can count on me, sir. I'll extract a result satisfactory to all.
Is he trying to join the Knights? He's starting to sound like a suck-up. What Paimon meant to say was, that's the spirit. Mr. Albedo, say something.
Before we can proceed with our research, I need to prepare something. Wait one moment. If you're interested, why not have a look around? It may help to pass the time.
Triguinho pra nós.
Here comes up.
Tá bom.
I'm back. Did you see anything interesting? Agreed. I'd love to find a moment to put them all in order. Still, experiments come first. Well, on with the research. There may be significant differences between different worlds. Take Tevat, for example. Here, those with visions can manipulate the elements. But worlds may well exist where only one person is able to do so. Or even everyone. So, leaving elements to one side. Do you possess any unique abilities? Ones that don't exist in this world? I think answering this question calls for the same methodology as last time. In other words, time for the next experiment. No. You shan't be required to exert quite so much effort this time around. Now, see this pillar here? Use your willpower to try and break it.
how to do that stuff?
That was your best effort? Have you tried using your elemental power with food? I don't mean for cooking as such. Rather, channeling your power into the ingredients themselves.
Opa,
I'm curious to see how the
procurando.
taste and texture respond. It may even help with proliferation.
Tudo massa?
I suppose I have a curiosity for things that others find surprising.
Só pra
Anyway,
gastar tempo.
why don't you cook us
Tô
up a
raciocinando
sunshine
aqui o
spread?
que eu faço na próxima
I've just
live.
finished preparing the recipe.
Porque eu terminei uma série de Uncharted e tipo, eu não quero pular pro 3 logo direto.
Not
Eu
only is
terminei o
this
2.
recipe a staple for me, it's also worth experimenting with and
Não tô
highly
querendo jogar o
nutritious.
3 direto, tô querendo dar, tipo, jogar outra coisa, depois jogar o 3. E tipo, eu não sei o que eu jogo. Então por enquanto eu vou. Pra não ficar um dia de live em branco. Que eu faço live segunda, quarta e sexta. Aí. Bom, peraí.
I'll leave
Pode
you
me
to it
ajudar em uma
then.
missão? Pera, que
Looking forward to the
missão?
results.
Tipo,
If
eu não
there's
jogo
anything left
online
over,
esse
maybe
jogo.
Timaeus can finish
Eu
the
só
last
jogo
morsels.
tipo offline, mas tipo,
doesn't think we'll have
dependendo
that problem.
se eu fiz ou não, se eu posso entrar no seu mundo ou não. É que eu tô fazendo a quest do Albedo aqui, por enquanto.
Maybe try the willpower thing again.
Então, tipo, eu não sei como que dá pra eu te ajudar. Eu acho que eu tenho que terminar ela primeiro, depois eu te ajudo. Pera aí, vamos tentando, pera aí. Aqui tem uma coisa pra cozinhar. Eu tô no... O meu número de amigo começa com 6. Então, tipo, é server americano. Né? Isso aí foi umas coisas que me ensinaram, porque eu não faço ideia como é que mexe com o online desse jogo. Tá, o que era que ele me entregou mesmo? Era uma comida... Não, era o camarão... Era esse aqui, será? Peixe frito na manteiga? É um prato novo, peixe frito na manteiga. Ok, dobra de produção com a Noelle. Bom, já logo de cara. Fazer aqui com o tal.
That was fast.
Ué. E o bicho que ficou ruim eu não posso entregar pra ele. Ih. E aí, como é que faz? Eu acho que eu
An
tenho
average
que...
outcome experimentally, but you've really brought out the flavor. As far as the proliferation hypothesis, unless... Could it be that the natural laws of this world are limiting your...
We just didn't know how...
Not to worry. And here's your...
Woohoo! Thanks! Glad you were paying attention.
I can tell that you're good friends. Paimon was keeping an eye on you and your safety during the whole experiment. Not that Paimon would have been able to do much if things had gone wrong. But anyway.
Hey! You were being nice a second ago! But you do have tasty recipes, so Paimon forgives you. And you're right, we are good friends. You have good friends too, right? Good students?
Yes. I'm fortunate too, I suppose. Anyway, there are all manner of alchemical items here. Keeping them in their proper... I managed to retrieve the majority, but 2 vials have been evading me. Animal crystal fly elemental extract, and electrohypostasis powder.
Paimon's barely finished eating and you want to...
Don't worry if you can't locate them. I was planning to replace them anyway. Though finding them, if you had, say, superpower, like night vision or vibratory sensing, lost property would be a thing of the past. I must have dropped...
So, guess we'd better take a look. Oh, yeah!
Por que eu não posso?
And see what you can find.
Por que eu não posso pegar os mesmos itens? Ele diz que, perdeu, não sei o que. E não sei o que. Ué, sei lá, jogo doido. O GPS tá dando pra cá, é pra cá mesmo?
The extract of an animal crystal fly can only be animal elemental energy, right? This has gotta be it. This must be electrohypostasis powder.
Goodness. I'm wondering. This element site. This is what allowed you to locate the items and find me here on the mountains, correct?
Yep. Guess it does sort of count as a superpower, huh?
Unfortunately, though elemental sight is seldom seen, it is not unheard of in Teyvat. Only a benefit to my research.
You mean we failed again?
Don't be disheartened. This falls entirely within my expectations. Besides, getting these items back, I'd call this a very worthwhile experiment. I have to commend your deduction that... Right then. Up until now, our research has focused on your otherworldly identity. Our research on your identity as one of us is just beginning. In essence, the differences between humans are reflected in our intellectual and physical capabilities. Let's start with physical. Looking out from where we're standing, can you see what Sucrose is doing? And if you jumped from here and landed on that cliff, the one over there, could you see? So what about if you planted a single blow on the mountain face here, and it burst into a million fragments? Then could you see her? Then I shouldn't get too excited. Still, we'll gain a more thorough understanding with an experiment. I know of a location that will be perfect for a physical test. Please.
Rapaz, como é que eu vou ver a Sucrose se a Sucrose tem Mondstadt e a gente tá na montanha, a montanha tá com o ar nebuloso. Faz sentido nenhum. Vamos que vamos, nego. Nega. Bora, nego. Vamos embora. Bora, empregada. Sobe essa desgraça, empregada. Pera aí. Isso. Isso. Opa, tem uma coisa aqui. Tava precisando. Aí sim, garoto. Preciso só de mais 7 desses pra eu ir lá na...
Not necessarily. Not if you know of a better method, that is. Whichever method you choose, the experiment will end when you reach the opposite shore of the lake. I will factor the time expended and your top speed into my comparative analysis.
The opposite side of the lake. So, we're gonna be swimming?
Without limitations, we complete tasks intuitively, using the method that seems most rational to us. Some of us would be unable to stand the icy waters. Others might find the whole thing rather refreshing. No matter what choice you make, it's all a part of the experiment. For me, every detail is invaluable to the research. Then if you would, please.
Wait a minute. While we're busy testing, what exactly are you gonna be doing?
Me? Recording data, responding to risks, providing, emotional support.
So if we do decide to go swimming, you gonna dive in with us?
No. Unless you're thinking of conducting competitive research?
Oh! Forget Paimon said anything.
Caralho, o que tá tudo explodindo aqui, rapaz?
I'll race you there. Bet you can't keep up with me.
Performing the average citizen in Mondstadt.
But you followed us the whole way without breaking a sweat.
Me? Actually, I used alchemy to cheat a little. But anyway, if it turns out that the natural laws of Tevat do not affect you, if the natural laws of Tevat do affect you, then I shall be able to make inferences into the kind of evolution that would occur under the absence of such effects. The innumerable possibilities that this could present, the captivating insights, it would be something to savor again and again.
Que foi agora?
How does this help your research?
You've helped me to unravel many of the problems that were holding it back. When we return to the campsite, I should be able to show you something interesting.
Ok.
I may be about to make some analogies between you and a few unusual specimens. I hope you won't be offended. Gold, petrified trees, a sun 8 times the size of our own. The essence of the investigative process is enthralling, but such feelings are inevitably fleeting in nature. I'm willing to pour all my energy into research, and yet specimens are finite. As the unknown transitions into the realm of scientific understanding, the feeling of enlightenment is lost. All these things that start out as objects of fascination end up possessing the prosaic mundanity of a Sunsetia or a sweet flower. They cease to be noteworthy.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to paint those hilly turtles? Because you got to see something new and interesting and the differences between them?
Precisely. To quote my exact
Faz
words from
muita
earlier,
gente.
these
Legal.
creatures are, for the most part, quite boring, not worth closer inspection. There is precious little about them that serves to pique my curiosity now.
So after all these experiments, are we gonna be, like, boring to you? Like some basic draft of a sketch?
Of course not. You have been of great assistance to me, and I will remember this friendship for a lifetime. Now, before we head back to the campsite, there's one more experiment. Intelligence. Follow me. There are some other ruins nearby.
XP do herói.
I'll race you there.
22.000 moras, tá bom.
I'll race you there.
Pauzinho, nada demais.
Wow, these will come in handy.
Vamos que vamos. Pera aí, homem. Fazer isso não.
Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt.
Aquele é um carmesim? Não, não é. Ali é um desafio. Tá bom. Menos mal. Se fosse um carmesim de item, eu ia ficar puto. Só passei direto.
I imagine you must have encountered more than a few conundrums during your travels.
É, com
I'd
certeza.
like to observe your intelligence by means of a practical test of your capabilities, much as we did for the physical test. I'd like you to explore these ruins and there are 2 puzzles located at the far ends of the ruins. After completion, as with the physical test, there are no restrictions. Everything you do is an action I wish to observe. Remember that this is a test of intellect. So should you get lucky in any way, that won't be factored in as part of the test. So, let's see you in action. Start wherever you like. It's a complex environment, so proceed with caution.
Vai. Não faz sentido nenhum.
Sealy like these are a common sight in the mountains. Returning them to their rightful places is up to you.
Caralho, eu fiz... Eita porra! Cadê o primeiro... Ok, qual é o próximo teste?
Bet you can't keep up with me!
Gliding Champion da puta que pariu.
Come a little closer.
Get him! Right. Oh, hi. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Hi. Huh? Hit. Eek. Yep. Huh. He. Here. Get. Huh. 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 Here. Huh. Huh. Yep. Huh. Leave it all to me.
Toma! Agora cadê o outro Cine? Outro Cine, outro Cine. Cine! Cadê o outro Cine?
Someone needs assistance.
alto, caralho. Precisou de eu subir no negócio mais alto pra depois descer. Que merda. Vai dropar item? Não, não vai. Então foda-se. Pera aí, cadê o Siri? Cadê o Siri? Cadê o Siri? Siri! Cadê você? Ah, tá aqui. Vem pra cá. Falta pouco. Falta pouco.
It should now be possible to activate the central mechanism. Exactly what will happen when you do is something I'm looking forward to finding out.
Hey, explaining the...
Oh, seems that the water level has suddenly decreased. We should be able to see what's in the water now. Let's have a look.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Rapaz, eu quero saber se isso vai liberar aquele buraco lá na montanha.
What's this?
Que eu não posso acessar.
To the best of my knowledge, these belong to a script of some kind. They can be found all over Teyvat, but they've never given up their secrets. There's still a lot to learn about them. And as for why they should ever have come to rest here, a true mystery. Let me make a copy first. I'll make time to go over them in greater detail after our research.
Another thing for the don't understand list. Unsolvable mystery this, weird experiment that. It'd be nice to get some cool results for once. Seems like if you want the reward, you gotta pay the price.
I've truly gained a lot from all this. Comparatively. Let me return to the campsite first. By the time you get back, I may just have a fleeting miracle for you to witness.
Rapaz, milagre.
Paimon's kinda looking forward to seeing the results of all this brain ache. Unless you can think of anything better to do, let's head back to...
Not so fast. You're not leaving until I'm convinced that nothing dangerous is going on here.
You didn't leave the mountain?
I most certainly did not. And I've witnessed everything that you and Albedo have been up to. I must say, you let your guards down. Or maybe you were drawn in by his compelling-sounding hypothesis and friendly demeanor. Taking orders from a complete stranger? Drinking anonymous potions? Participating in all kinds of strange experiments? I'd sooner believe you were tricked than that you would be so naive. Or perhaps... you were colluding from the beginning.
Sister Rosaria's guard's so high, she can't even see over the top of it.
It doesn't matter what you think. He could be a saint for all you know. But I understand him a little better than you, Outlander. I'm only concerned with one thing. Whether his alchemy has transformed you into something more sinister.
No way! Paimon would have sensed it! And anyway, he didn't even use any alchemy!
With an alchemist of his level, you wouldn't sense a thing. In any case, I'm not about to let a potential threat back into Mondstadt.
So... what are you gonna do?
I've gotta hand it to you. You have your moments. If I can be sure that nothing you came into contact with is dangerous, that's good enough for me. I've investigated everything else. The only items left on the agenda are these symbols.
But we don't even know what they mean.
That much is true. Not to mention, seems like there's nothing more to them. But for insurance purposes, I'd better make a copy. This is now a location of interest. Regular patrols should be set up here. Now then, all things considered, I deem that you pose no immediate threat. Which is what I was hoping. I would have been one very unhappy sister if you'd made me work overtime on your account.
Overtime?
Before we go our separate ways, Outlander, a word of advice. Don't be so quick to trust Albedo, and don't repeat the same mistakes that you did this time. You made a lot of rash decisions today.
She's gone! So stubborn. Mondstadt doesn't have many people like that. Huh.
Tá, vamos pro acampamento do Albedo, Beiro. Pra cá. Que horas são? 10 horas. Vai acabar às 12. Quando é 12 horas eu vou dormir. Eu tô tentando acabar com a quest dele logo, que eu não quero ficar enrolando. A quest dele é muito longa, não sei como que eu entrei nela. Tipo, como é que eu explico? Eu entrei nela sem pensar no problema de tempo. Que ela demora demais, ela é muito longa.
You took quite a while. Did you get held up on the way back? I wouldn't worry. She's just doing her job. Time for the results. We got a myriad of data today, and it was very difficult to finish all the research in one go. But the integral preliminary conclusion that I can offer you is you're very much like a human from this world.
You couldn't tell that just by looking? We spent all day working our butts off for that?
Please, I understand that this may have seemed self-evident to you, but in fact, nothing in this world should be taken for granted. Have you ever considered that the world of Teyvat may have a natural hostility to Outlanders? I mentioned the natural laws of this world. You're able to converse with me here without consequence, and nothing seems amiss. But it's arguably a small miracle. The only other life form that, like you, has come here from afar is the seed that I mentioned. Under the effects of Teyvat's natural laws, it isn't even able to sprout, let alone bloom. But after I observed you, I had another idea. Imitating you helped to inspire my alchemy. And so...
Whoa! It looks like something's appearing!
Ok, uma flor.
The transition from nothing into something, from shoot to stem, and now to fruition. Is not nurturing otherworldly life also nurturing the world itself?
Aww.
It would seem that that's as far as we go. A transient bloom of incomparable beauty. Life's proudest achievement.
Paimon thought, with all our efforts, it might have bloomed forever, and it didn't even have any fruit.
Life is a manifold tapestry of free entities. Its value shouldn't derive from how long it stays with us. Even a momentary burst is precious. A short life can be well lived. A life lived efficiently, lived to perfection, is necessarily one unburdened by loneliness. So, do you understand what I meant about us conversing here arguably being a small miracle?
Huh? Things feel a little heavy right now. Don't be sad. You've got Paimon to look after you. Albedo, Paimon really wants to be your friend.
Thank you both. Even if dispelling loneliness is not essential for life, it certainly doesn't hurt. Your help inspired me to discover the means to make a flower bloom. I mean that the time I've spent traveling with you in the mountains was a valuable journey for me. In the future, if the need arises, can I solicit your help again? Well, glad I can count on. I made a point throughout of telling him how ordinary the results were. But what was that sediment I saw forming at the bottom of the vial? It should not have been there. What could it mean? Those born of Earth are bound by its imperfections, but those born of chalk are free of impurities. You and I are alike, both composed of a substance that has yet to be fully defined. If, one day, I lose control, destroy Mondstadt, destroy everything, can I rely on you to stop me?
Ué? Ué, doideira da porra. Tá. Eu tenho 122. Vamos lá no... Vamos lá no negócio que eu vou upar a Rosária. Depois daqui eu faço... Eu vou ter completado os 10 boss semanal e tipo, só vou fazer boss semana que vem. O resto é linha lei. Linha lei, linha lei, linha lei. Trocar a Amber. Porra, a minha Amber tá level 50. Eu upei ela, mas tipo, sei lá, não vale a pena. Ela é fraca. Não gosto de jogar com ela, ela é muito fraca. Mas a Rutal. A Rutal. A Rutal. Menino.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Ixi, ela é 200 mil pra upar completa. Tu é doido, doido. Deixa eu ver aqui, 11. Não, 11 não chega nem perto. Meu Deus. Tá, primeiro.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Ok. Ok, pra Lisa eu posso gastar um pouquinho porque eu gosto dela, eu acho ela forte. Cal. Ficou fortinho, hein? Porra. Porra. Não vou nem fazer nada não, vou botar só um aqui. Fortalecer. Ela vai ficar 3 estrelas. Proficiência elemental 71. Tô upando o mapa Mario porque eu sei que o mapa Mario é uma arma boa. Não é das melhores, mas tá aí. Guia de poemas, né? Guia de poemas. Eu vou upar. Vou upar a ult dela também. Quatro. Bom, eu vou botar ela no eu vou botar o boost no ataque normal, no arco violeta, porque eu sei que a ult eu não uso tanto e tá faltando um livro de guia de poema, então tanto faz. Você escolha um talento. A Noelle vale a pena upar? Eita, eu gastei foi tudo na Lisa. Tá bom. Vai pular assim. Que se foda.
Come a little closer.
Vacilou. Vacilou.
My. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Só 1800. Caralho. Meu Deus. Rapaz, ela tá forte.
Don't be such a brute. I have some for you too.
Steady as stone.
Rapaz, ela tá fazendo 1800 de crítico.
Let the show begin.
Looks like I got carried away.
I'll protect us.
My, I knew I
Peraí,
should have stayed
não, assim
home.
não, carai. Vai morrer pra Rutal, foda-se. Toma, 1500 de crítico, toma no cu. Aí, rapaz, Conseguimos o último boss da semana. Vai. Isso. Chaleira do bardo. O que ela deu? Bônus de dano crio. Pera. Arco ou catalisador? Crio. Catalisador, arco, crio. Ah, dá pra fazer um set legal. Trupe itinerante com personagem de gelo. Pera aí. Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu sei que eu tenho. Água. Ó, eletro. Fogo. Pyro. Gelo. Já funciona. Fazer a set. Já funciona fazer o set pra Eloy. É legalzinho. Espadão. Espada. Coisa aqui, ó. Catalisador. Arco. Diona. O pessoal diz que a Diona é boa, então eu vou botar o 7 nela. Tá aqui, peraí. Bônus dano eletro, dano físico, sei que, dano crio e ataque. É esse aqui, dano crio. Defesa e proficiência elemental. Dano crítico, taxa crítica. É isso. Bônus de dano crítico. Peraí. 205, 50 de defesa. Ah, 205, 65, proficiência elemental 71. É isso aí, a Diona é um personagem que eu vou buildar no futuro. O pessoal tava falando que ela é muito boa. Tá bom, level up. 150 resinas originais por hoje. Que inclusive eu tenho mais do que isso. Tá, depósito de linha lei é o que eu vou fazer. Depósito de linha lei. Que é o que? O mais próximo é esse aqui. Tá porra, vi um negócio verde aqui voando grande. Tô ficando doido. Tá, aprimoramento 84 mil. Tá, é isso mesmo. É isso mesmo? 84 mil. 84 mil. Tenho pouca grana. Então é a amarela mesmo. Amarelo upa grana. É o que eu preciso. Matei o sapo.
Going out is tiring.
Que? Ok.
Steady as stone.
peixe. Pera aí, rapaz, eu não sou puta de vocês não. Toma. E como dizia um imundo azul por aí, agora sou eu e você, meu gostoso. Isso.
Leave it all to me.
Toma, toma. Morrer, vai morrer. Morrer. Morrer.
Let's dance.
Que horas são? 10h30. Daqui pro final da live, o que? 65? Daqui pro final da live cresce mais 15 vezes no original, dá pra usar mais uma vez. É isso. Até lá, vamos fazer missão. Que é o que tem.
Let the show begin.
O que é isso aqui? Parece pacífico demais isso aqui. Mas vamos lutear enquanto dá. Carne crua, não sei o que. Vamos lá.
Someone needs assistance.
Que é a Beto. A Beto, sei lá. É a Beto.
Someone needs. I'll catch up.
Chupa Noelle, porra. Chupa Noelle. Chupa a espada da Noelle aí, caralho. Toma. Engole. Engole, porra. Toma. Vai só tomando aí, porra. Aguenta. É, Noelle é forte. Sozinha ela dá conta dos bichos. É foda. Pra cá. Que é aquilo ali? Tem mais 2 usos.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Toma. Opa, tem 2 coisas verdes aqui, ó. Caralho, esse foi um ataque direto, hein? Porra! Chega, deu uns 300 de dano extra. Tu é doido. Calma. Acabar com os arqueiros logo, dos longas distâncias. Chato pra caralho de longa distância deles.
The hunter. You're open.
Calma, caralho. Tá chato, hein, vocês?
Leave it all to me.
You're open. You're open.
Carrega, viu, que a próxima onda aí vem com aqueles carinha lá.
Someone needs...
Another test subject. I got careless.
1000 de dano sem elemental, porra! Essa menina é forte demais.
It's a fury. Try. Have a little taste. Try.
Go, Barbara, go! Go, Barbara, go!
Tá ali o último. O último por enquanto.
Go, Barbara, go!
Toma, toma, toma.
Go, Barbara, go!
Rapaz, pera.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Vai. Também os cabando com os coisas de fogo. Tô doido. Burrão.
Oh my.
Arara. Ok. Falta 5. Falta pouco. Ok, peraí. Deixa eu fazer minha matemática. Sábado e domingo, 160 cada dia, 320 dos dois. 8 mais 3, 11. Pera. 8 mais 3, 9, 10, 11. Mais 2, 270. Não, pera, que? 1170. Vai ficar faltando 30. Isso quer dizer que dá pra eu fazer. Eu vou gastar mais 20 agora. Tem que ser mais 10 nos outros 2 dias. Tá muito tranquilo. Isso tá muito tranquilo. Ok, vamos fazer outra missão aqui. É a missão da Ganyu. Ganyu. O pessoal fala muito bem dela como personagem. Então vamos lá. Ganyu. Aqui. Ainda tem que ir lá no One Min. Ver se tem comida pra eu pegar lá. Que agora eu tô com dinheiro. Fiz aí umas 5. 4 ou 5 linha lei. Ganyu. Tô indo pra você, minha querida. Pera aí, deixa eu só ir lá no Wang Ming. Xing Ling. Abra a asa, porra. Apertando aqui 2 vezes já. Agora eu me pergunto, pegando essa vista do porto de Liyue, será que o navio que vai nos levar até Inazuma, que inclusive eu tô vendo ali já uma ilha, deve ser Inazuma, será que vai ser aquele que tá ali na floresta de pedra? Ou será que é outro? Quero ir pra Inazuma. O pessoal fala que lá tem muito bicho forte, tem material de upar, tem quest, tem dinheiro pra coletar, é muita coisa. Tá, vamos encher aqui. Pegar mais peixe, mais caranguejo, porque sempre tem pouco. Falta pouco. Sempre falta pouco. Ninguém tem bônus, nenhum prato extra, legal. O tal fica morto. Então vou só aqui no bônus da Noelle. Eu vou ficar só com 2 de farinha de trigo ali. Pra eu terminar. Conseguindo. Consegui. Ainda consegui um prato extra. Top demais.
The show begins.
It's shocking how much work there is to do, even for the three of us.
And she's been handling it alone all along. The Qixing secretary clearly isn't an ordinary person. It's so frustrating.
Huh? You're...
Aren't you Ningguang's servants? How come you're here?
We are Miss Ningguang's private secretaries, not servants.
Have you seen Miss Ganyu, Traveler? It has been several days since Ganyu left for Joyun Karst. She's the General Secretary of the Liyue Qixing. We've only taken over her responsibilities until she gets back.
Even though the Qixing have made peace with the Adepti after the latter had denounced Liyue, they still want to pay their respects to the Illuminated Ones. They commissioned Ganyu as their envoy to deliver a letter to Joyun Karst and bring the Adepti the latest news about the crisis. Still, Ganyu should have been back to her usual responsibilities by now, but she's disappeared without a trace.
Is that so? Maybe Ganyu just took a little detour. Who can blame her after working so hard?
I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ever since we met Ms. Ganyu, she's been nothing but the most conscientious person in all of Liyue. Even when it's time for her annual leave, Ms. Ganyu stays on duty at Yuehai Pavilion saying there is still so much to do. She couldn't possibly be using her mission as an excuse to slack off.
Oh, Paimon sees how it is. But she's half Adeptus. She wouldn't get in trouble, right? Why do you look so upset?
It's because of this absurd workload of hers. When we first heard the three of us would be taking over for Miss Ganyu, we thought it would simply be a matter of changing our work environment.
We couldn't have imagined that Miss Ganyu's daily workload far exceeds what the three of us are used to doing.
Carai.
We don't even know how long we've been working. We feel guilty for taking even a short breather like we are now.
Looks like you got a serious emergency on your hands.
Speaking of Joyun Karst, Traveler, I've heard that you can go in and out of there as you please.
Of course! We've been there lots of times.
That's good news. Could you go to Joyun Karst and find Miss Ganyu for us? Preferably before we collapse under this workload. We're saved. I remember Miss Ganyu said that she'd be visiting Cloud Retainer's abode. You might as well start looking for her there.
It's about time she came back to work. Otherwise...
No, perhaps we should go to Lady Ningguang first and bring up our overtime pay again.
So Ganyu left to visit Cloud Retainer. Doesn't she live in Mel Outso? We should hurry up. Paimon hopes we can find her there.
Vamos pra cá. Teleportezinho maroto. Foi de um canto pro outro do mapa. É. Ligeiro. Rapaz. Vamos que vamos, né? Ei! Vacilou, né, burro? Meu Deus. Como é que eu fiz um negócio desse, rapaz? Como é que pode? E outra, um dia que esse teleporte me bota, meu Deus. Pior canto. Pra qualquer lugar eu tenho que escalar. É uma merda. Ferro branco. É importante. Ferro branco. Oxi. Sapo. Pra pegar dessa altura. Que bugada. Jogo doido da porra. Rapaz.
Huh? The person standing over there. That's Ganyu. We finally found her.
Olá, Ganyu.
Ganyu, here you are.
You two. I did not expect to meet you here. Is it official or private affairs that bring you here? I shouldn't. I have left the human world. Please contact the Yua High Pavilion regarding matters concerning the commercial port.
Huh? You don't want to be the Qixing secretary anymore? But they're all waiting for you to come back!
That's why you're here? You want me to come back? I'm afraid you came here in vain.
What? Did something happen?
The clouds fold and unfold. The tide ebbs and flows. It was meant to be. When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, I knew it was only a matter of time until I had to leave. My Adepti blood makes me unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. I delivered the letter and came back to Liyue Harbor, only to discover that I had been replaced by Baiwen, Baishao, and Baishu. Perhaps that mission of mine was just a pretext to remove me. Since the Qixing gave me a chance to leave with dignity, I decided to be tactful as well. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for your words of comfort. After 1,000 years away, I came back to Juyun Karst. Looking at the clouds floating among the mountains brings me peace of mind. I feel better now.
But...
Who disturbs the peace of these mountains?
Ah, chata.
Cloud Retainer, we're terribly sorry. We just...
One merely jests. One felt your presence the moment you set foot upon this land.
Wow, you Adepti really are impressive.
Come here to chat about the old times with Ganyu. It looks like you get along quite well. Ah, the matter leaves you at an impasse then. Not to worry. One is exceptional at seeking avenues for conversation. One has been one's own companion in idle talk for many a year. Ah, yes. Since you are Ganyu's friends, tales from her youth shall one apprise you of, perhaps?
Oh, Cloud Retainer.
Nothing to be ashamed of. You were so cute as a child. One is most certain that your friends would like to hear of it.
Oh, Paimon wants to hear it!
Little Ganyu loved when the horns on the top of her head were caressed. When one was still taking care of her, one was pestered most often to touch her horns. She was elsewise loath to sleep.
Wow!
Plump she was back then. Why, when she stumbled while we ascended the mountain, she would roll down to the bottom like a little ball. The day Ganyu bumped into a pilgrim was the first time she saw a real human in the flesh. So fearful she was that she hid in a rock's cleft for 2 days and nights. One found her wailing of a monster she had seen.
Cloud Retainer? Forget it. It's about time for my training. I will take my leave.
Ah, one's intention was merely to relieve the awkward tension.
And you did the exact opposite.
Be that so, but returning to Ganyu, most gladdened one is of your arrival. One cannot help but feel that remaining in Jueyun Karst shall not be good for her. One will tell you more about her, if you should permit it. Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Qilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Jueyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness, and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Jueyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Jueyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
One did, by chance, hear this much of Ganyu's thoughts. Alone, she will find her predicament hard to conquer. One hopes that you will accompany her.
Oh, Retainer's right. We can't leave Ganyu depressed like that. Besides, Liyue hasn't given up on her. She's got it all wrong. Anyways, what's that training Ganyu was talking about?
She has sought to reclaim her Adeptus side since returning to Jueyun Karst. At her behest, one has organized training for her to achieve that end.
She should be in the southern part of Mount Aotsong right now, preparing for the trial.
Huh, is that so? Let's go take a look then!
This trial will tell. Even so.
Cadê? Pra que lado é? Tá, eu só vou pro teleporte. Mais fácil. Ah. Rapaz, tá achando que eu vou bater de bunda assim no chão, é? Ei, peraí.
So here you are, Ganyu.
Why did you come here? Is that so? You really are interested in the ways of Adepti. This trial was prepared by Cloud Retainer. Its goal is to help me feel like an Adeptus again. The training is much to her signature style. I hope it won't make it seem like
Is it different?
No, I'm aware of your strength, Traveler. The power hidden within you is not inferior to mine. If you're ready, we shall begin the...
Cadê? Pra onde que é o próximo? Ai. Já passei o hack no treinamento aqui. Tu é doido. Eita.
If you could see through the eyes of an Adeptus, you wouldn't be so surprised.
Ei! O chão sumiu aqui na minha frente, pera aí. É, vai dar tempo. Vai. Meu Deus. Tem que vir pra cá. Esta merda. Tá. Os últimos 3 estão aqui. Tem que voltar pra lá, né?
We've completed the task. What do you think? I agree. You possess many qualities similar to those of Adepti, despite having none of their blood.
Okay.
Ganyu, what were you planning to do once your training was over?
The training's not over yet. The part prepared by Cloud Retainer is only the first trial.
Huh? So there are more trials prepared by other Adepti?
No. The only Adeptus who can unlock my true potential is...
Who is it?
Conqueror of Demons.
Huh. So it's Shao. That cold-hearted loner? How come he's prepared a trial for you?
I found him unapproachable at first, too. But I believe that being able to face him is an important part of my homecoming. He's already waiting for me. Come along if you're interested.
Of course we are! Let's go!
Falta pouco. Estamos chegando. Falta pouco. Pera aí. Nós vamos bater a bunda, pera aí. Ei, falta pouco. Ao Xiao.
You're half an hour late. I see you still haven't abandoned the wrongful ways of humankind.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I had a meeting with Cloud Retainer. I
don't need your explanations and don't require any mutual understanding between us. I'm just helping you with your training. That's all.
Xiao is such a strict teacher.
You're neither an Adeptus nor a human, always treading the line between the two worlds. It must create a lot of confusion. Instead of explaining yourself to me, you should face your true self.
Okay.
I have nothing to hide.
The body and the mind are one. If something worries your mind, your body can help you find a solution. The trial I've prepared for you will explore the true potential of your body.
Yes. I'm ready.
É ali. Eletricidade, um coisinho parecido com água, sei lá.
The trial's begun! Paimon can feel it in the air. Even the weather's changed.
Next on the... Born of ice and frost. No touching.
Carai. Esse é o poder dela com constelação. Que se for, porra. Ok. Pera aí, tem gente aqui. Eu nem vi. Rapaz, o bicho tava aqui com a vida inteira.
This weather is so amazing. I could burst into song. Huh?
Calma. Calma, Bárbara.
I've completed your trial.
You don't have to report back to me. Seeking other people's validation won't benefit your training. Only you can evaluate the result of this trial. You'll progress faster that way.
Understood.
Xiao always had such strong opinions.
From tomorrow on, I'll start raising the difficulty of your training, so you'll have to...
Have to do what?
Another one of those pesky visitors. I'll leave him to you, Ganyu. It's also a part of your training.
Pesky visitor? So even here there are those that Xiao can't deal with?
Oh heavens! Blessed be Rex Lapis. I've finally come upon the Adepti. Are all of you the Adepti of this mountain? Great! My name's Sin Chung. I came to ask for your merciful blessings, O Adepti. I beg of you, please grant me luck, wealth, and a good career.
Oh, so it's a pilgrim. Huh. He can handle any battle, but talking to strange humans is a different story, huh?
I am also one of the Adepti. You can say that I'm an Adeptus in training.
Perfect. I didn't come in vain then. Although you sound a bit half-hearted. Doesn't matter. What blessings can you grant me?
Wow, straight to the point, huh?
Dear Pilgrim, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. Adepti don't help every pilgrim for free.
For free? Do you mean that you charge people for the blessings of the Adepti?
That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that everything should be earned through hard work and earnest living. It would be unfair to other people if you got everything you wanted for no reason.
Hold on. I've heard this all before. You're just like my old man, always nagging me.
Your father must have experienced it firsthand. The lives of the common folk are riddled with hardships, but are also full of joy. A person of your age should focus on work and family, instead of chasing after fairy tales.
Are you a real Adeptus? Why do you speak and behave like us city folk? You sure you're not one of those swindlers who pose as an Adeptus to cheat people out of their money? Ugh, how dare you reprove me? I bet you came here looking for the Adepti yourself.
He might sorta have a point. We did come here looking for Ganyu after all.
Enough. Doesn't matter if you're a real Adeptus or not. You're useless. I'm leaving.
Nobody's stopping you. Ganyu, don't let that guy ruin your mood.
It's not his behavior. The things he said... He was right. I thought that coming back to Jueyun Karst and devoting myself to training would make me feel like an Adeptus again. But being questioned by him made me realize that I... But... I'm unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. As an Adeptus,
It's true! Just believe us!
Alright. I'll go with you to Liyue Harbor. That said, I still trust my initial judgment. If I'm proven right, I'll return to Jueyun Karst once again.
It's a step in the right direction. Let's go!
Ok, então a gente só tem que voltar pra cá, portãozinho de livro. Nossa, eu tenho que comprar um fone melhor, velho. A minha qualidade de áudio, ela tá muito ruim. Eu revendo minhas lives, tá ruim. Mas tipo, esse fone aqui é um fone de celular com 30 conto que eu comprei. Então tipo, é o que eu consigo pagar. Mas sei lá, se eu recebesse um help dos donates, a primeira coisa que eu ia atrás era melhorar o áudio.
I'm still...
Come on, Ganyu!
I suppose you have a point. It would be quite impolite of...
That's right!
I've spent too much time in the mountains. Let's go for a walk in the port.
Happy to come with.
Tá, pera. Tá doido que eu vou andar isso aí tudo? Parece pouco, mas é muito. O tempo do load vale a pena. Falta pouco. Falta pouco. Falta pouco. Senhorita Yu, tem caçada pra nós? Não tem caçada, nem ajuda. É isso aí. Bola pra frente.
The sound of the waves in this the smell of the sea breeze makes me
Ganyu, you didn't leave Liyue for that long. Why do you look so moved?
Well, I used to be so busy. I haven't taken a stroll around here in a long time.
Huh. That's true. Ganyu seemed to be working all the time.
Well, when I think about my time here, I've spent most of it behind a desk filing documents. It put me in a certain mood, similar to the one I felt during my training in Juyun Karst, in fact.
Is that... It is! It's Lady Ganyu. I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here. You were always so terribly busy.
Lady Ganyu? Why are you calling her that?
Allow me to introduce Uncle Tien. He is...
That's all right. Just tell them the truth. They have done so much for Liyue after all, and I am the one who has yet to introduce myself.
Uncle Tien is a member of the Liyue Qixing, the Tianshu.
What? This grandpa is a member of the Qixing? The same rank as Ningguang?
Hush now. I must ask for your discretion concerning my identity. Fishing in the port and strolling about are the greatest pleasures of my life. I have no wish to be followed around by those armed guards. In most people's eyes, I'm just a forgetful and wordy old man.
Uncle Tien is too modest. He's been around for a long time. There's no one who can replace a person of such noble character.
What an honor to receive such high praise from Lady Ganyu herself. I guess I must have done something right over the last, however many decades.
Uncle Tien, please. A person of your standing should really stop calling me Lady Ganyu.
My apologies. It's not intentional, just a habit from my younger days. Thank you for looking after me when I first ascended to my position in the Qixing.
Oh, so you've been friends for many decades now, huh?
Oh, I was just fulfilling my duties as the Qixing secretary. It's nothing worthy of your gratitude.
Talking about secretaries... I don't know if I should bring it up. Ganyu, I believe you know my daughter, Huixin. She seems to be a bit troubled recently.
Yes, she works at Yue High Pavilion and she's my junior. How can I help her?
I don't know myself, really. She's all grown up now and doesn't like to ask for my help. May I trouble you to meet her at Yue High Pavilion? She just needs a bit of guidance.
With pleasure. Solving the Qixing's problems has always been in my job description.
She's back in character, just like that, huh? Let's move then, to Yue High Pavilion.
Eu vou pra cá. Eu vou pra cá. Mais fácil. Huixin.
Miss Ganyu, it's been too long. I don't know why, but seeing you brings me a sense of peace in these chaotic times.
Indeed, it has been a while, Huixin. I'm flattered, but aren't you exaggerating a little? I heard that you've encountered some problems, and came to see if I could be of some help.
My father asked you to come, didn't he? Abusing his status as a member of the Qixing to trouble you.
Don't worry. I'm always happy to help a junior colleague from Yuehai Pavilion.
Ganyu's not only a competent secretary, but also a great mentor.
So, what can you tell me about the problem?
Where should I start? I discovered something strange while organizing tax records. There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of 2 stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, whether I question the shopkeepers or check their accounts, I can't seem to make any progress with my investigation.
Oshi.
Without any evidence, my hands are tied.
I see. It's not uncommon for merchants to be blinded by greed.
Well, is there any solution you can advise?
Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario. Alright. Let's approach it this way then. Your enemy knows you best.
Huh?
If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wares.
In that case... I know what you mean, Miss Ganyu. Miss Ganyu plans to let them expose each other.
Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique. The owner's name is... Bolai, isn't it?
Yes, you're right.
Go, Barbara,
Deixa eu aproveitar que eu tô aqui em cima, eu vou pegar umas florzinhas. Essas florzinhas valem a pena. Essas florzinhas valem muito a pena. Que eu posso usar elas pra upar alguns personagens, incluindo a Rutal. E construir algumas coisas lá no mundo do bully. No mundo da chaleira. Então é bem útil pegar essas plantas assim que possível. Vamos. É uma freira de Mondstadt. Uma feira de Mondstadt dando um rolê em Liyue, no Yuehai Pavilion. Olha a doideira. Ei, a flor. Ok, aqui é o único canto do jogo aparentemente que tem essa planta, então... Mas nenhum canto do mapa vai ter elas. O que significa que eu tenho que voltar aqui de vez em quando para pegar essas florzinhas. A não ser que tenha mais delas em Nazuma. Tá, onde é que tem que ir mesmo? Ah, sim, tem que ir na loja lá do doidinho.
Go, Barbara, go!
Recuperar a estamina. Eu acho que aqui em cima daqui fica o gato, né? Olha o gato ali. Só dá pra chegar se eu pular lá de cima e vir paraquedando. Paraquediano. Ei. Nhum. Ah, é lá embaixo, é lá embaixo. Tá bom. É o velho das plantas.
Aha!
Ah, we meet again, traveler. And you must be from the Yuehai Pavilion? I suppose you're about to place a big order. I'd be honored to offer you my wares.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Bolai. Wanyo Boutique's credit is not sufficient to accept orders directly from Yuehai Pavilion. Should we need to place such an order, we would certainly go to Second Life instead.
What? Second Life? Ugh. That rascal Dongsheng. He's stealing all of my customers.
Well, Second Life's credit has always been excellent, and based on their tax records, their business is thriving.
Oh, tax records? Thriving?
Huh. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Mr. Bolai?
Don't let that rascal fool you. I know his dirty tricks best. If you don't believe me, show me his tax records. I'm sure I'll find something fishy in there.
You know Second Life's business so well?
Of course. Ugh, their every transaction makes my blood boil. I'd rather lose money myself than see that rascal make some.
Well then, please look over this tax record. We'll review Second Life's credit based on your observations.
Oh, of course. I'll read very, very carefully. Line by line and word by word. Ah, here, I found it. That exquisite wooden furniture set he bought from Fanmu Carpenters at the beginning of the year. Ugh, he even flaunted it in front of me. Look at the tax record. Not a word about that furniture. And he kept all the profit for himself.
I see. He must have gotten rid of all the documents related to this transaction. No wonder there was no trace of it.
I told you so. Just as I expected. Ugh, I can't wait to watch him squirm.
But, Ms. Ganyu, despite all this, can't he just flat out deny ever making this transaction?
He might have destroyed all the evidence, but I believe the supplier, Fanmu Carpenters, might still have some proof of it.
Aha! You're right! Master Lu from Fanmu Carpenters must still have the invoice. He wouldn't be swayed by the likes of Dongsheng.
I hope so. Let's go to Fanmu Carpenters. It should be near Qingce Village. Thank you for shining a light on this case, Mr. Balai.
Oh, please, that's nothing. I just hope you won't be lenient with him once you find the evidence. That's the best way to show your gratitude.
I'm afraid I can't go to Qingce Village.
It's all right, Weishin. You can stay in Liyue Harbor and finish your work. Leave the rest to us.
That's so considerate of you. Still, I'm sorry to trouble you like that.
Rapaz, deixa eu ver se ele tem as florzinhas. Tem, porra. Rapaz. Rapaz, ele com a planta ali que dá o negocinho lá do pavilhão lá de cima. Eu pensando que ele ia dar o negócio, nem deu. Nossa, lá em Qingce. Meu Deus.
Don't stay out in the rain for too long. You'll catch a cold.
Cenoura e 2 maçãs, né? Tá bom.
Oh, tell another one, Uncle Gas.
Tem mais alguma coisa pra cá que eu tô ligado? Aqui atrás. Era pra ter. A última vez tinha. Ai, caiu um raio aqui no meio do negócio. Sai do meio. Presença mora. Ah, é esse velho aqui que faz coisa pra mim normalmente. Legal.
Ah, welcome. How can an old carpenter... I'm usually happy to take new apprentices, but I'm afraid I can't take too many at once.
Kingsa really is full of lonely old people.
Hey, I heard that, Flying One.
I'm sorry.
Master Lu, we've just come to see you and ask you some questions.
Don't worry, I know. You're from the UI Pavilion, right? Why would the Qixing care about an old man like me? Well, whatever. You said that you want to ask me something. Ask away, then.
Vai, fala.
You're very direct, Master Lu. I will be plain. We're looking for proof that Dongsheng from Second Life has been evading taxation. Dongsheng bought some furniture from you at the beginning of the year. Do you still have the invoice or any other record of that transaction?
Oh, it's about Second Life. It was a big order. How could I forget?
Sure enough, Mr. Balai was right. Could we perhaps borrow that invoice? We won't have any evidence to bring against Dongsheng otherwise.
Of course you can. But I'm not so sprightly anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
I only do my woodwork and display finished wares here at Fanmu Carpenter's. As for old documents and such, I keep them all in a warehouse west of here. But some troublemakers have recently moved there, invading my warehouse. I tried to drive them away, but they just wouldn't leave. Since you need that invoice anyway, it may be best to get it from the warehouse yourself. And while you're at it, you can teach those louts a lesson.
So that's what happened. I see.
I'll leave you to it then. I need to get back to work.
Ok, o véi tá cansado.
Take that
Foi arengar com o
warehouse,
ladrão.
find the
Não
invoice.
conseguiu.
Time for us to show.
Wait, I think I saw one.
Oh, Paimon sees them too. It's one of the Fatui.
They must be plotting something against Liyue.
Maybe they're the scoundrels who invaded Master Lu's warehouse.
Ever since Osial attacked the harbor, the Fatui's reputation in Liyue has reached rock bottom. We won't cause a serious diplomatic crisis by getting into some small scuffle with the Fatui within our borders. You need not worry. Besides, I can already feel their malicious intentions. Consider it my intuition as the secretary of the Qixing.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go teach him a lesson.
A Paimon sumiu. Foi embora. Ei, pulei com o personagem errado. Eu devia ter pulado com a Alissa.
Frozen. You'll get frostbite.
Leave it all to me.
Tá bom, tá bom. Tá bom. Tem que chamar.
You're in for a little shock.
Go! See?
Caralho, o que foi isso?
You scoundrels!
I think you've had enough. About time you tell us your plan. No?
Plan? What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly you weren't paying attention. If you don't spill whatever you're scheming against Liyue, we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth. There's no scheme.
If you're telling the truth, then why would you, a member of the Fatui, suddenly appear on the outskirts of Chinksa village?
Fine. If you really want to know, then, well, I was about to.
About to...
Pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't expect to...
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this area. Think about it. I'm here alone, and Chinksa village is nothing more than a retirement spot for old people. What could I be scheming anyway?
Judging by how he's looking at us, it does seem like he feels like he's the victim here.
So you have nothing to do with the occupation of Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse?
Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse? Where's that? I swear, I only came here to pick berries, that's all.
So it wasn't the Fatui who took over Master Lu's warehouse after all.
I also feel that he's telling the truth.
Whoopsie!
I misjudged the situation and offended you. My apologies. Our exchange only represents my personal views. If you wish it so, you can file a complaint to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Exchange? This woman, she's clearly aware that the Ministry of Civil Affairs wouldn't side with us Fatui.
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may try to solve this problem with force once again.
Paimon's in!
Darn you. How can you wear that solemn face while bullying me like this?
What's your choice, then?
I'll get back to my berries.
What a bittersweet end.
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent too much time away from work. My intuition is not as accurate as it used to be.
No worries. It's always nice to teach the Fatui a lesson.
Let's keep moving towards Master Lu's warehouse. Our goal is to get the invoice, after all.
Go!
Para de possuir. Oh, analógico chato. É, controle quebrado é foda, meu irmão. Opa! Por lápis.
got?
Come a little closer. My.
Vai, porra, mata esses bichos, caralho. Oxe, essa bola tá vindo da onde? Para, corre, ô desgraça. Meu Deus.
Oh no, I'm gonna ruin my gloves.
Steady as stone.
Por que toda equipe tem que ter um personagem gel? Por isso. Isso aqui é um BO que o tal não resolve.
I missed a spot. Leave it all to me.
Mas isso aqui ela resolve.
All clear. Quick, let's look around for the invoice.
Ó. Ah, que vacilo, não peguei.
This one is an invoice from One-Man Restaurant. Some dining tables and chairs. That's not it. This one is Wangcheng Funeral Parlors. Oh, so they make coffins too. This one is Second Lives. We finally found it. Let's bring this invoice back to Huishin.
Ok. Missãozinha chata. Pra caralho. Ainda bem que eu deixei por último. Toma!
Ah, Ms. Ganyu, you're back.
Lança do espaço,
I
rapaz.
hope it wasn't too much trouble rushing about like that.
I promise to help you, and I'll keep my word. Nothing to worry about. Look, it's the invoice for the transaction between Second Life and Fanmu Carpenters. We've brought it back.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we can solve this problem.
Agreed.
Teleporta pra lá, meu Deus do céu. O que o jogo faz? O jogo faz eu ter que ir andando daqui pra lá. Por que o jogo não teleporta? Tipo, pra quem faz stream que nem eu, ajuda tanto, tá ligado? Aqui não dá pra tirar madeira. Tem umas casas quebradas bem ali. Pronto.
Isn't it Huixin from the Yuehai Pavilion? I remember you. I told you that all of my transactions are included in the records. My tax declarations are scrupulous as well. I do hope that my business won't be affected by any groundless accusations.
Groundless accusations? Mr. Dongsheng, you seem very sure of yourself. But I sincerely advise that you cease this behavior immediately. It is liable to affect the fine you'll need to pay in the end.
No. I'm an honest merchant. I would never get involved with any fraudulent sources of profit.
Haven't I made myself clear? Mr. Dongsheng, you've already been proven guilty of tax evasion. I just came here to see if you'd confess.
What? Proven guilty? How come? That's impossible. Absolutely absurd.
He's talking without rhyme or reason. Must be crumbling under Ganyu's pressure. Time for the finishing blow!
Mr. Dongsheng, can you tell me what this is?
It's an invoice from Fanmu Carpenters. I'm Master Lu,
Do you admit to tax evasion? This transaction was absent from the tax record.
I didn't think you'd find out. I didn't leave a single trace.
Indeed. We wouldn't have found out if it weren't for Mr. Balai's aid.
Balai? That imp from Wanyo Boutique? So he told on me behind my back. He's got his own share of dirty laundry.
Oh? Mr. Dongsheng, I'd like to hear a little more about this dirty laundry.
Ai, meu Deus do céu. A gente tem que pegar
I don't
a
think you'll
prova de
need my
que
guidance for what comes next.
Tá em corrupção.
Thank you,
Aí
Miss
tem que
Ganyu.
ir,
I can
levar
take
de
it from
volta pra
here.
um, pra pegar
That's good.
negócio, pra acusar o
I must
outro.
say, you're
Meu
truly
Deus.
impressive, Miss Ganyu. Your enemy knows you best. To think, you came up with this plan and executed it so masterfully.
It's actually one of your father's, the Tianshu's, old tricks. I just took some inspiration from it.
My father?
Pitting your opponent against their enemies and watching them drag each other down from an advantageous position. That's how Uncle Tien managed to keep his position in the Qixing secure for so many years. I figured that as Uncle Tien's daughter, you'd naturally grasp your father's strategies. So, I decided to use one of your father's tricks and play it out for you to see.
I can see it now. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about my father. I'm really grateful, Ms. Ganyu. You're the kindest mentor I've ever had.
Ganyu solved both Huishin's work and family problems.
Oh, you've helped me.
That's not necessary. No need.
Then let me treat you to a meal. The Traveler and Paimon are invited as well.
All right, come on, Ganyu. Just say yes. Let's eat.
If it's just a meal, there's no reason for me to decline. It'll be my pleasure, Huishin.
Actually, I've already booked Senor Kiosk. I need a moment to prepare everything first. Let's meet there in a while.
All right.
Ok, ok.
Phew. Go. Huh?
Bora. Bora comer, né? Encher o bucho. É isso aí. Quiosque Shinyu, Shinyu, Shinyu.
Miss Ganyu, thank you for accepting my invitation. And as for the two of you, your presence is also much appreciated.
Sure.
That's so kind of you, Huishin. You went to great lengths to organize this.
Truth be told, apart from thanking you for all the help, there's something I'd like to tell you.
Oh? If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me straight away. No need to hesitate.
Oh, no, I don't really need help. Could you just listen for a bit?
With pleasure.
When I was a little girl, my father used to tell me many stories about you, Miss Ganyu. Even though I have the utmost respect for my father, I always admired how gentle and reliable you are. I've only decided to join the Yuhai Pavilion staff because I've always looked up to you.
I didn't know that you think so highly of me.
However, in reality, working at the Yuhai Pavilion turned out to be an arduous task. I can't compare myself to such an outstanding secretary like you. I often doubt myself as a result.
I disagree. You're a great secretary in your own right.
Thank you. Over the years, I became a mother, too.
Huh? So Uncle Tien is a grandpa!
Influenced by my youthful ideals, she followed my footsteps and came to be a secretary at the Yuhai Pavilion, too. At first, I was worried about her. It's not an easy job, after all. To tell the truth, But after all that happened this time, I've made up my mind to support her choice.
So, what made you change your mind?
The fact that she'll have you, Ms. Ganyu, as her senior colleague. You'll help her, gentle as always, and tell her your mom used to do it like that. It'd be such a beautiful moment.
If it's not too much to ask for, she might still need your guidance in 20+ years, too.
Huixin, I never thought that I meant so much to you.
Just like when you showed me my father's trick. Having you as their witness makes people feel at ease.
Witness? It's true that I've witnessed thousands of years of Liyue Harbor's history. All the changes it's gone through, the stories of its people. But I've always regarded it as nothing more than the source of my loneliness. Huixin, you don't know how important those words are to me. You've made me realize that I share another connection with the people of Liyue Harbor, apart from my contract with Rex Lapis. They rely on me, accept me, and long for me to bear witness to their stories.
Oh, of course. You're irreplaceable to us.
That's right. That's why I can't disappoint you.
Hooray! Ganyu's finally cheered up!
Even if I've really been supplanted, I wish to fight for my place. I won't let you down. I'm going to fulfill my contract and keep working as the Qixing's secretary. Regardless, I'll go back and see for myself. I'm afraid that it might have all become a mess during my absence. No time to waste. Let's get back to work.
Good luck, Miss Ganyu.
We're leaving already? Paimon's still hungry.
Olha, Rutal. Sentado ali na mesa com os caranguejão. Tu é doido. Ei, menino. Momentos aleatórios. Engraçado. Tá ali 7 elementos, mas a gente só joga com 6. Fogo, água, vento, eletricidade, gelo e pedra. A gente não joga com dendro, que é o de planta. Até hoje nunca teve um personagem dendro. Nunca fizeram. Que era legal, seria legal um dendro para combater com fogo. Fazer fogo mais forte do que o que já é. Mas acho que não fizeram justamente para não ficar apelão, eu acho. Ei, bugou legal. Bugou legal meu jogo. Puta que pariu. Carrega o mapa direito. Isso. Deixa eu ver o que essa doidinha tem mesmo. Ah, é. Ela tem umas coisas que legal. É. Vai chegando, vai chegando. Falta pouco. Tá aí.
Baisha, are you okay? Did you fall asleep standing up? Look who's back.
You even have enough time for leisure? It seems you three are a suitable replacement for me after all.
Not at all. We We've been working for too long. If we didn't take a break...
We wouldn't have survived long enough to see you again, Miss Ganyu.
Miss Ganyu, we've missed you.
That's so kind of you all, given we've only met once.
We've been praying day and night for you to return and take over your duties again.
To us, you're like an adeptus coming down to the human world to save all life.
Forget all our envious complaints from before. Just free us from this strenuous work, please.
All right. All right, I see. Please divide the matters at hand into government affairs, business affairs, and civil affairs. Mark out the tasks that haven't been started, and those that are in progress. I'll take care of the rest.
Of course. We'll do it right away.
Oh, finally. We're saved.
Yes. There's one more thing. I'd like to earnestly thank you, Traveler. If it weren't for your companionship, I would still be embroiled in my inner conflict right now. To think that I'd gained a human friend outside of work. It makes me happier than I could have imagined. I'd like to repay you when I'm done with the work at hand. What would you say if I accompanied you on one of your trips?
Quero.
Sure, but are you ever done with work on you?
Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, shall we?
Isso, garoto. Terminamos. Aleluia. $26.000 dinheiros. Guia de esforço. Pá. Masa bagarai. Tenho missões. Uma única. E nada mais. É a missão bem aqui. E a missão do Dainsley. Inclusive já passou de meia-noite. Está na hora de terminar a live. É, rapaz, cansado. O jogo é grande, o jogo tem muita coisa. É foda. Bom, acho que não faz mal fazer a missão do Dainsley depois fechar a live. Tem que ter um Crio na equipe. Ok. Eu troco a Lisa pela Bárbara, pela Rosária, já acabou.
I hear you've got a job for me.
Ei, pera. Eu esqueci de acender a... eu esqueci de upar ela. Pera aí que eu vou upar.
Good. Getting stronger means finishing jobs quicker.
Rapaz, ela tá ficando forte. Ela tá ficando fortinha. Deixa eu ver ela aqui. Ela já upou. Beleza. Quem não upou ainda...
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Quem não upou ainda foi a Bárbara e a Noelle. Inclusive elas duas eu tenho que upar. Peraí. 12. Só upa 3 leve. E aqui 10 upa quanto? Um level só, né? É, um level mais um pouco. Então level até o 54 com o tanto de XP que eu tenho. Só que eu vou esperar. Semana que vem eu farmo mais. E eu upar no L. Que ela vale muito a pena. Instalação. Não, talentos aqui. Sugi sugite. Toreda ke. Suyo sakebe. Yo galera. Omoide ta bakamitai. É isso. Ó, amanhã. Cadê? Coisa fatui aqui, ó. É. E guia de poemas. Que dá pra dropar amanhã. Sábado e domingo. Deixa eu ver aqui. Parou. Aqui. Se eu fizer as 5 linhas lei que eu tenho que fazer amanhã, que dá 100, as outras 60 é só aqui. É só tipo pegando o poema. Depois que eu terminar de pegar os poemas, eu vou upar os talentos da Rosária, que eu tô gostando dela, tá ficando forte. E ela não tá no potencial completo dela ainda. Ai, eu ainda tenho que fazer aqui o domínio do lobo lá. É, rapaz. Então tá, vamos. Ó, hidro. Eu posso... vou fazer a missão, que deve ter um boss. Deve ter um boss aqui na última missão. Aqui vamos. Na última missão não, na última câmara da dungeon, sei lá. Aqui de aventura 41. Tô sentindo que esse lugar vai desabar na minha cabeça. Devia ter trazido
There are signs of treasure hoarder activity here. They must have come to these ruins. Let's go deeper inside. Paimon sure hopes Ganyu's information is reliable.
Só falta Shao, Rutao, Eula e o John Lee. O resto eu só vou desbloquear acho que no level 60. Ei, abre a asa, velho. Eu tô mandando abrir a asa.
Looks like their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked.
De onde que eu vim? Acho que eu vim dali, né? Era pra eu ter passado aqui tranquilo, mas não abriu a asa. Eu aperto X, ela não abre a asa. Coisa feia do caralho. Pegar o Samachu. Olha o DPS dela, porra. Rosária! Tá foda. E ainda falta 12 estrelas de level up pra ela.
here. This should be the right direction. But why does it feel stranger and stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins?
Sei lá.
Be careful now. Paimon's right behind you.
Ei! Rapaz, tá errado isso aí. Ei! Peraí, homem, peraí. Meu Deus do céu. Caralho, que lugar. Tem um coisa ali. O que é aquilo ali? Ah, é o bicho do abismo, certeza. O apóstolo.
This looks like a person. Could it be the Grand Thief? Why is he in that position? Is he praying to something? That's... Why is the statue of the Seven hanging upside down? And the statue's hands... Paimon remembers they're normally holding an orb, right? But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about this. And the Grand Thief hasn't moved an inch. Hello? Are you okay, mister? He's dead. Paimon doesn't feel so good. Let's get out of here, and fast! We should report back to Ganyu and Lon. Now what? We can't stay here! Quick, run!
Corre, negada. Ei, peraí, rapaz.
I'll protect us.
Peraí, vai me matar. Meu Jesus, o que tá rolando?
Let's dance.
Lugar sinistro da porra. Ei! Ei, homem! Segura na pedra! Que burro! Ei, rapaz. Tá bom, já falei demais nessa merda. Já tem que terminar a live. Não prejudique, não. Carai.
I'll catch up.
Eita, caralho. Pera aí, deixa eu me curar direito.
Let the show be...
Eu não tô nem aí se a skill da Ruta precisa estar com metade da vida pra baixo. Eu não ligo. Eu vou botar uma vida de seguro.
You cannot spy on the secrets of the Abyss. You have come here. You have seen our secrets. For this, you must pay the price. As a herald, I will mete out your punishment.
An Abyss Herald?
Dainsleif. Oh, I thought you were just a couple of pests that stumbled in here by mistake. So, you are with Dainsleif, that constant annoyance in our affairs. Did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide. The Abyss is unstoppable.
What is this power? Pirate's never seen it before. Careful, please don't get cocky.
You can't run.
It's a roar.
I must leave no stone unturned.
You can't run.
Tá tranquilinho lutar com esse bicho por enquanto. Parece que não interessa o moveset dele, eu derrubo. Cadê ele? Ah, ele tá ali.
This power, it seems familiar. I see. So it's you. In that case, I shall stay here no longer.
Saiu com medo.
What a tough battle. Are you okay? Oh, such a strong enemy. Who knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful? Huh? What the
Ok.
So, we meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
Hey, it's Dane!
Judging by your expression, it seems you just experienced something quite... Could it be that you encountered a...
Huh? How did you know?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well. An inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
And then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way! We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
Let's go! A rare opportunity? With Dane helping out, maybe we'll be able to... Go!
A little dusty. Best give it a spring cleaning.
Vamos pra nova. Vamos continuar, né? Já era pra eu ter ido dormir, mas continuar a side quest, né? Side quest não, a quest. Filho da puta. A equipe tá DPS, hein? Tá forte.
Were they trying to ambush us?
No. They were just digging through these abandoned ruin guards looking for something of value.
Oh, is that so? Looking for chaos devices, chaos circuits? You know, that kind of stuff.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects. In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seemed to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins. However, they looked disappointed, so it would seem they haven't found it yet.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss. But I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order. One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation. Or rather, these Abyss mages likely fear something else, much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Goosebumps thinking about all of this.
All right. We shouldn't waste too much time here. Let's continue our search.
I'll protect us. Let's dance.
Pronto. Falta pouco. Vamos acabar a live.
I suppose it wasn't too much trouble.
Sou burro não, rapaz.
Punishment.
You can't run.
I missed a spot.
Caralho, meu, peraí.
Go, Barbara, go.
Meu Deus.
Come on, we can do it.
Leave it all to me.
show begin. Steady as stone.
You can't run! Lights out. Hit judgment!
I'll protect us.
What a nuisance.
Cadê o cara? Cadê o cara?
I must leave no stone unturned.
What a nuisance.
Wow! Besides the Abyss Order, Ruin Guards sure are seems wherever we...
There are no coincidences, just like your appearance in that tavern. Time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout. Forget it. Just some needless musings. The connection between the Abyss Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same...
Branches?
Both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Huh? Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation? Oh. Speaking of Khaenri'ah, that's really a super ancient name! Oh, right. As your guide, Paimon should explain... Huh? You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago!
Agora eu tô mais perdido.
Is that so? Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry into yours. But, if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Khaenri'ah you saw, what was it like?
So that's the complete story, huh? Paimon thought that you ran into that unknown god first.
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your sister from within that meteorite.
It seems your sister woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
And then your sister told you that the destruction of Canria plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Tevat?
The destruction of Conria? She said that?
That destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago. It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your sister must have understood this world better than you did, because she woke up first.
And it was shortly after that that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Canria. But now, since you have come to gain some understanding of Tevat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Canria. Am I right?
Ah, if that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months. Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but you told Paimon they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Canria, so you could find your sister?
Não sei porque deu uns cortezinhos no áudio, né? Ele fica cortando.
Oh, yeah! You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you go to find a nation that was destroyed 500 years ago?
I probably know more about Canria than both of you. Canria was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Canria. The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits. Let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our...
Looks like overtime today.
Rapaz, espera aí. Só quero o baú.
There are a few interesting trinkets here. I suppose it wasn't too much trouble.
Ok.
Over there! It's more ruin guards and abyss mages. Dane was just saying how these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago. These ruin guards were known as field tillers by the people of Conria.
Field tillers? What a strange name.
It's not like you think. Field tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons. The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the field tiller came about.
Fought for with steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control. They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Teyvat. Perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time, they found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
That sounds so sad. Yeah, Paimon thinks you've been doing a real good job of that.
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains.
Queria que desse pra jogar com Dice aqui no jogo. Para de travar no alvo.
Time to clean up.
Caralho, mas peraí. Ai, que desgraça.
Leave it all to me.
Someone needs assistance.
Lights out.
You can't run! Judgment! You can't run! Judgment! You can't run!
What a nuisance.
Go, Barbara!
Judgment! You can't run!
Let's dance.
Judgment!
Hey.
Huh? This abyss mage dropped a talisman.
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss Mage be carrying it? Perhaps it really does contain information.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it.
Engulf the faith of an enemy in flame, and bring glory to Her Highness the Princess.
What? Is that what it says?
Loom of Fate, initial operation. They, the Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The keyword here is Loom of Fate. It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-weaving machine? From the horrible feeling Paimon's been getting, those eerie ruins are super likely to be related to this fate. So Dane, what that—
I'm reading it now. An ambitious operation. But some parts are difficult to understand.
How so?
In short, the first phase of the plan is related to Osial, Overlord of the Vortex.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean? What do they want with Osial?
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident. Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, You were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this one.
Last time it was Venzi's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile, just as they did Dvalin?
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further. They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osile's body.
Eita, vai virar ciborgue.
So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Khaenri'ah. Though of course, the accuracy of that understanding itself is difficult to judge. Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Khaenri'ah. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently. The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osile's limbs to construct a mechanized god. And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
It would seem so.
This whole thing keeps getting more complicated. But basically, it all has to do with that eerie statue of the Seven we saw, right?
Yes. According to the talisman, the eye should be placed in the hands of the defiled statue, thereby imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back with this plan. Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation? Yeah, that tone-deaf bard is too difficult to track down anyway. Let's go to the cathedral first and ask around. Maybe we'll learn something.
The cathedral?
Huh? What's the matter, Dane?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Falta pouco. Não, pera. Ah, cansei, dá quase 1 hora. Já passou 1 hora do limite da live. Realmente era pra eu ter dormido. Então, eu vou fazer o último linha-lei aqui da live. Daí a gente volta depois.
You can't run.
Oh, protect us.
You can't run.
Aí sim. Ai, essa deu trabalho. A live de hoje deu trabalho. Progresso no jogo tá massa. Mas é isso. Já passou longe do que era pra ter feito. Fiz muito mais. Então é isso. Não sei quando que eu vou jogar Genshin de novo, mas eu jogo todo dia. Ou quase todo dia. Então, quando que eu vou fazer outra live do jogo é um mistério. Não que eu tenha vontade de fazer, mas pode ser que eu faça. É muito mais por causa da internet. Se eu tivesse internet melhor, eu fazer mais lives do jogo. Então, é isso. Acho que eu vou terminar por aqui. Muito obrigado a todos que compareceram na live. É isso. Queria só agradecer. Muito obrigado por comparecerem. Valeu e falou. Até mais.